On the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Looks like a pretty good start. Grab the Glory, Amalada Lady. These two blaze out for the front end. Sweet Tooth Sue splits those two in third. Kitty Tin Tin stacked out wide in fourth. One of the Grays, Kazam Elegance in fifth. 4.5, 5 lengths off the lead. Automated Tellers to the outside of Glory Bound Clara, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the turn. Amalada Lady's on top by 3 parts of a length. Grab the Glory in chase mode second. Sweet Tooth Sue, Kitty Tin Tin in tandem third and fourth. A space of 4 lengths to Glory Bound Clara, improving a little bit in fifth. Second last is Cuz I'm Elegant, and 2 lengths to Automated Teller, who trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Amalada Lady is the first to face us. Grab the Glories under right-handed pressure. Sweet Tooth Sue's towards the inside third. 5.5 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go in the opener. Amalada Lady continues to fight on the front end. Widens the lead to 4 lengths over Grab the Glory, who's in second. Sweet Tooth Sue with a chance to get into the exacta, but Amalada Lady in the opener at Finger Lakes. Sweet Tooth Sue indeed gets second. Third, Grab the Glory. Fourth, Lady. Second race at Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. And they're off. 8 Sunset Drive, HB Plaisance. HB Plaisance with 1 lap to go has the lead. 8 Sunset Drive drifts out wide. Maggie's Boy is up the inside into a joint second as the Mighty Down widest around the first turn. And then it is Ranger Blue in second last in a space of 2 lengths to One With Everything, who trails the field. HB Plaisance, as they circle around the first turn, has the lead by 3.5. The Mighty Don is making an early move on the outside up into second. Ranger Blue in third. Maggie's Boy, Pink Silks in fourth. 1.5 lengths to One With Everything up the inside fifth, and about 5.5 lengths off the lead, and a gap of 3 lengths to 8 Sunset Drive, who trails the field. Up the backstretch, HB Plaisance doling out the fractions. The lead's 1.5 lengths over the Mighty Don, is to the outside of Ranger Blue for second. 3 more lengths to One With Everything, who scrapes the paint in fourth. 1.5 lengths to Maggie's Boy, who's in second last, and 8 lengths to 8 Sunset Drive, who trails the field. On to the far turn. HB Plaisance with 3 furlongs to go has a lead by 1.5 lengths. Ranger Blue being asked to go after HB Plaisance right now. One With Everything is in third as the Mighty Don drops back in fourth. Many lengths back to Maggie's Boy has also dropped back. 8 Sunset Drive is out of last, but at least 20 lengths off the lead as they reach the top of the stretch. And it's HB Plaisance, who's homeward bound, has the lead by 4 lengths. One With Everything to the inside of Ranger Blue for second. 1 furlong to go. HB Plaisance's lead is evaporating. One With Everything gets every chance with Ranger Blue on the outside. Deep stretch. HB Plaisance. One With Everything. It's HB Plaisance calling on a little bit in the reserve to get the win over the other two, One With Everything and Ranger Blue. On the gate. And they're off. Looks like a good start for Value Dreamer, who barrels out for the lead. Sweet Carol James far outside second. And then it's Better Be Smart, who tracks in third. Sounds of Summer to the outside of Lady Emercia, fourth and fifth. And many lengths back, let's call it 20 to Mio Atlas. Mio Atlas pretty much out of the race as they make the entry into the turn. It's Value Dreamer, who clears off by 2. Got a trio of chasers. Songs of Summer, Better Be Smart, Sweet Carol James, second, third, and fourth. Lady Emercia towards the inside fifth, 5 lengths off lead, and pretty much distance is Mio Atlas. As they wind their way to the quarter pole, it's Value Dreamer and Songs of Summer. These two clash for the top spot. Better Be Smart spun out wide. Lady Emercia gets off the inside, will go to the inside of Better Be Smart up into third, but still a few lengths off the lead of Value Dreamer. Value Dreamer with 1 furlong to go has a lead by about 3.5, 4 over Sounds of Summers in pursuit in second. In deep stretch, it's Value Dreamer in front. Sounds of Summer second, Lady Emercia third, Better Be Smart fourth. Dime super effective, $5 even. Fourth race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 1, disc 8. And they're off. Step Tardy looking super. Almendro wins the break and fires out for the lead. Warriors Revenge doesn't really want to contest the early pace. Mr. JT's outside of him, looking super after that poor start, is now up into second. In Sky We Trust in the clear, but 4 wide up the backstretch, 3.5 off the lead, and 2 lengths to Noble Journey, who's at the back of the pack. Almendro leads this group into the turn, has a lead by a length and a half. Warriors Revenge stalking into to the outside of Looking Super for second. Mr. JT scrubbed a punt for more speed, going to be replaced by In Sky We Trust, who loops up to the outside, up into a joint third, 2 lengths off the lead, and Noble Journey trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Almendro is homeward bound, has a lead by a couple lengths, and Sky We Trust stand side, Looking Super at the fence. Warriors Revenge is in between horses and 2 lengths off the lead in about a joint second. They run to the 16th pole. Almendro's not slowing down. Almendro scampers clear by 3. The battle for the balance. Warriors Revenge and Looking Super. Almendro in front. Second goes to Warriors Revenge to the outside of Looking Super. 12 cents. Dime Super, $38.45. Pick 3, $139 even. Fifth race, Finger Lakes. Late jockey change. And they're off. Half a step tardy. Stella Brown, who's last. It's Only in My Dreams, who blazes out for the lead. E Complicado flashing early speed. Chick Azteca in between horses. Resdale Rose is on the outside in fourth. Disco Drama, firsters in fifth, followed up by Stella Brown trying to advance in between runners. Slow Ready's outside of her, then a length back to Starship Astrology, about 10 lengths off the lead and a half length to Crystal, who trails the field. Only in My Dreams leads this field into the turn with 3 furlongs to go, leads by 2. E Complicado trying to keep up in second. Stella Brown emerges out of the pack up into third, 4 lengths off the lead, then 6 lengths back to Slow Ready, who's to the outside of Chick Azteca, fourth and fifth as they reach the top of the stretch. Only in My Dreams, Stella Brown looms the danger on the outside, 2 lengths off the lead in second as they got 1 furlong to go. Only in My Dreams, firm on the front end, has a lead by 3 lengths over Stella Brown in second. Lots of horses going for third, including Chick Azteca and Slow Ready, but it's Only in My Dreams, a front-running victory. Stella Brown second, Chick Azteca third, and fourth, Slow Ready. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Lip and Law with a flyer out of the gate, able to cross and clear. Happy Smile angles to the outside in second. Employee of the Month deep on the course in third. One Good Race On towards the inside in fourth. Malibu's Dynamite's in fifth to the inside of Giant at Work. And then Stage Conflict, who saves all the ground towards the inside, about 6 off the lead. And at the back is Castledale as they navigate the first turn and transition to the backstretch. It's Lip and Law who's on the front end with 6 furlongs to go. The lead's a half length over Happy Smile, who rates in second. Stage Conflict is up into third, and then it's One Good Race On who's in amongst horses fourth. Employee of the Month is 3 wide and fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths to Giant at Work, who's 2 lengths in front of Castledale as the who's about 8.5 lengths off the lead, and 2 lengths to Malibu's Dynamite, who's now at the tail of the field. Lip and Law into the far turn has a lead by a half length over Happy Smile, who's now given the cue to go after the leader. Lip and Law in second. In third, that is Stage Conflict. Employee of the Month is in fourth, now up into third, but still 5 lengths off the lead. Giant at Work is outside of her in fifth, and then 5 lengths back to Castledale in sixth as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. A struggle between Lip and Law and Happy Smile as they turn into the stretch. Employee of the Month is on the outside with Giant at Work. Stage Conflict scrapes the paint, 1 furlong to go. It's still Lip and Law. Lip and Law on top. The lead's 2 lengths over Stage Conflict and Happy Smile. They come down to the winning line. It's Lip and Law. Lip and Law did nothing wrong today. Stage Conflict second. Happy Smile third. Fourth, Employee of the Month. I'm Super, $504.10. 50-cent pick 4, $255.25. Seventh race from Finger Lakes. There are no and they're off. It's Ola Sabo barreling out for the front end. Broken Hearted splitting rival. Starship Tango's on the outside. Nutsies at the fence of that middle cluster. New York Anthem trying to pick his way through traffic in fifth and 5.5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3. Peruvian Boys to the outside of Fighter Kite and a space of about 8 lengths to Double Shot, who's in the 8th and trailing position. It's Ola Sabo, the 1-4 favorite, who has the lead by 5. Nutsy's up the inside, improving into second. Broken Hearted Races in third. Starship Tango to the outside of New York Anthem, 4th and 5th. 3 lengths to Peruvian Boy. 3 parts of a length back to Fighter Kite, and then 5 lengths to Double Shot, who trails the field. As they arrive at the top of the stretch, and Ola Sabo is in charge. Nutsy's on the outside, the red blinkers in second. Then it's New York Anthem inside of him in third. Fighter Kite towards the inside in fourth. Starship Tango on the stand side in fifth, but many lengths behind the leader, and that leader is Ola Sabo. Ola Sabo widens the lead to 8 lengths. The battle for second, Nutsy. Fighter Kite's up the inside, but it's Ola Sabo who is a cut above the rest. Nutsy second, Fighter Kite third, New York Anthem fourth. Here at Finger Lakes, put Jeremiah Flores on number 6, Bourbon Blanket. Exacta trifecta. And they're off. Cruise in to win, setting out for the lead. Moontown flashing early speed. Toast to Success towards the inside. Seacord's in fourth. Then it's Bourbon Blanket 3 wide in fifth. As it's Starship Kit Kat, who's 3 wide around that first turn mid-flight. Outside of her is Tempers to Da. I Am EV's towards the inside. Second last is Widow, or actually third last is Widow. 4 more lengths back to Digital Currency, and 6 lengths to Queen of All My Dreams, who's at the back of the pack. And it's Cruise in to Win is setting a fast tempo on the front end. Has the lead by about 7 lengths over Toast to Success, who's towards the inside, as it's Moontown, who's 3 wide in that middle cluster. Bourbon Blanket 4 wide. Starship Kit Kat in between horses. And then a couple lengths back to Secord, who's to the outside of I Am EV. A space of about 6 lengths to Digital Currency, who's to the outside of Widow. Then 3 lengths to Tempers to Die, and Queen of All My Dreams 11th and trailing at about 16 lengths off the lead. 3 furlongs to go. Cruising to Win. Trying to last in the front end, but the lead starts to be reduced by Moontown. It gets first crack at that one. Bourbon Blankets on the outside. And now it's Secord, who's trying to find some running room and does get some room in between horses. And right to the outside of Cruise in to Win is Secord, taking Moontown further wide as they reach the top of the stretch. Cruise in to Win is fatigued. I Am EV punches through at the fence. Moontown's on the outside, and it's I Am EV with 1 furlong to go. It has the lead by 3. Moontown second, Secord third. Outside of Digital Currency, 16th to go. It's I Am EV, who's well clear. I Am EV in the nightcap at Finger Lakes. Moontown second, Digital Currency third, fourth, Secord. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is listed as fast. Got about 60 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the opening race, got a jockey change on number 2, Almond Cider, to Jeremiah Flores. Jeremiah Flores on number 2, Almond Cider, in the first race. Second race, got a couple scratches. Scratch the 3, Tracy's Girl. Scratch the 6, Fidalia. Tracy's Girl, Fidalia, both scratched from the second race. Now with the scratches, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Third race, no changes. Fourth race, no changes. Fifth race, do have a scratch of part of the entry, the 1, Montauk Memoirs. Number 1, Montauk Memoirs, part of an entry, scratch from the 5th. Late work for number 3, Snowstorm, work out at Finger Lakes, July 4th, 3 furlongs, 37.10, breezing. Race number 6, scratch part of an entry. Number 1, Salt Spartan. Number 1, Salt Spartan, part of an entry, scratch from the 6th race. Late work for number 3, Hannah War. Workout took place at Finger Lakes on July 3rd. 4 furlongs, good surface, 52.30, breezing. 7th race, there are no changes. 8th and final, do have a scratch. Scratch number 3, Solo Act. Number 3, Solo Act, a scratch from the 8th race. Jockey change on number 4, Natural 9, to Andre Worry. Worry on the 4, Natural 9. Late work for number 6, Mount Morris. Workout took place at Finger Lakes, July 4th. 4 furlongs, fast surface, 51.20, breezing. I want to remind everyone, next Monday is New York Derby Day, $150,000 New York Derby featuring the Empire State's top 3-year-olds. Also the New York Oaks and Leon Reed Memorial Stakes on the card. We'll have our popular Bet and Get promotion. Wager $10 to win, place, or show on any Finger Lakes race to receive your $10 back in gaming free play. Live racing programs on the house on Derby Day. And we'll have some great dining deals just for you, including $1 hot dogs and fountain sodas and $3 drafts all afternoon long. 2025 New York Derby Day, just around the corner, Monday, July 14th. And don't forget that starting tomorrow on Wednesdays only for the foreseeable future, we'll be starting at 1:15 p.m., not 1 p.m., 1:15 p.m. Got about 56 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. You've got another great day of live racing today. I'm hoping the rain holds off. Yesterday, yeah, we had rain overnight, and then the rain came down during the day. A little bit of I wouldn't call it a downpour, but it came down for a little while. We had to seal the racetrack there for a while, but yeah, what can you say? Inside was the place to be. A lot of inside exactas, inside tries. It just shows inside speed won the first 7 races of the day. Unfortunately, Ralph Delisandro's speed horse was sent to the front in the last, ended up stopping. That one wasn't good enough, but it was a good day to be on the rail. Doubt that's going to continue. We'll see. I mean, we'll see how it plays. I'd keep an eye on it. You know, we're fast now. I bet it'd be a little more even. Even if it is favoring speed today, it'll be more even across. So yesterday, do not mark it down as a speed favoring racetrack. That's why people argue with that. But the reason that speed was winning because the inside was good. We have more of an inside-outside bias yesterday, favoring horses that got to the front because they got to the inside. So put that in your notes, because if you were outside and close, you're still against the racetrack. And if you're an inside closer, you're with the track still as far as hitting the board, but you're still not going to catch the speed. That's yesterday's bias in a nutshell. Now, I do, because people have been asking me, I do want to give a Jacqueline Davis update. We know she was involved in a spill a little while ago, and yeah, she had to be taken to Strong Memorial Hospital. She was eventually released, but I want everybody to know that she is doing okay. I talked to her the other day. She does want to say she's happy and grateful to all the support that she has gotten, and she has gotten a lot. She's a very well-liked rider. She's going to be taking some more time to heal before she gets back in the saddle, but she will be back. So obviously we're all rooting for a quick return or just a healthy return for Jackie Davis, such a bright light and a great jockey here at Finger Lakes. I even talked to her sister. She's the same way. Very passionate about what they do in the race. You see also the brother Dylan Davis. He's one of the best jockeys in the country. The whole Davis family, they're just really good. I mean, Eddie's trains here as well. So we are obviously all hoping for a good return, a healthy return for Jackie Davis. But that's the update on her. She said she did have another doctor's appointment in a few weeks. Okay, also I mentioned the schedule change tomorrow. I know we've been talking about it a few times. Just so you know, tomorrow it's going to be Wednesdays only for the summer. Wednesdays only, we're going to go with 1:15. We're still going to be 1 o'clock on Monday and Tuesday. So today, I have to double check that it is Tuesday. It will be a 1 o'clock first post. All right, well, we'll look at today's card. We have a starter to start it off. It's an optional claiming race going a distance of 1 mile. Now, these connections have a couple horses in today. They have one in the 3-year-old race later. Dynamite Karma, the 4-horse, is for Leonardo Barbin and an old Beto who's been here before. I mean, I know this jockey's been here before. This horse is coming off 2 convincing victories in starters, including the race here before that beat a pretty decent starter field. I wouldn't think that this field's that much tougher or any tougher than Fort Charles and Oya Spirit. Maybe a little bit tougher than those rivals, but at least he's proven he can win at the level. And I think a repeat of that effort would still win here. I mean, think about it. That's the first race over the track. He was running in the starters of Penn National and then just dominated them down there. It looks like a pretty versatile horse. He can run on the lead, but it looks like he likes to sit up close and make his move more of a stocky type. And I think that's going to help him here because you know you got speed on the rail with Sutton Breeze. That one's coming out of the sprint races. He's quick. He's going to be out there. I don't know if a inside bias could carry that one the whole way because he's just simply not bred for the distance. Beta would be the other speed outside of him. I would expect Golden Rain to maybe sit a little bit, but Dynamite Karen should still be in a good spot off of Sutton Breeze in here and should be awfully tough. I mean, off of the last effort, you got to think that he's the horse to beat, and he's not hampered by any extra weight here. I mean, he's got 124, and so does Beta. I mean, Golden Rain's the one that's got to carry the most weight in this race. So you got a couple on the inside carrying 122. Golden Rain, yeah, it looks like, I mean, they're trying a different surface. I don't think the horse ran that much better on the artificial surface. And then the last race, it looks like they taught the horse to rate a little bit. At least he proved he could pass horses. Because normally when he was here, he was a horse that ran on the lead. I don't know if you want to do that in this race. Again, yesterday was an inside speed bias, not a speed bias across. So he's going to be outside. So I would think that he's going to sit a little bit off of Sutton Breeze. I don't think any of them are going to have a choice because I think Sutton Breeze is just going to shoot out there to the front end. But at least he proved he could pass horses with that race that he ran last time, which is a pretty good one. At least it shows that he's learned to rate. That's big. Now, Beta, how good is Beta right now? That's the big question mark. That was his first start off the layoff, keep in mind. This horse could even be sharper for this race, but he was supposed to win. I mean, he was up against a field that he was just too classy for, so he fit nicely going in for the waiver claim. I mean, that's sometimes the advantage. These some of these bigger trainers are a little sharper with the waiver claim. They drop them to 5 at the end of the year. Then they could come back and you know, not only do you get a race under the horse, you also get a win because they get to run for the same level before stepping back up into the starter. Now he's also eligible for the starter for a little bit longer too. So it's a win-win with the way they placed Beta. He's going to be good enough to come right back here. I wouldn't be surprised if he came on. I mean, this is a horse that was running against some tough allowance conditions in the past. If he's at his best, they're not going to beat him. But you still got to wonder that they would risk him at the end of the year, even though jam him in for the waiver for 5,000. So, you know, this horse that just ran in the Genesee Valley Breeders back in September 2023, wasn't that long ago. So I'm going to use a third, 4, 6, and 5 in the starter in the first. And you know what? If you're playing picks, I would probably use all 3 of them. I mean, if you're playing the track, I guess you use Sutton Breeze as well if you're thinking it's like yesterday. But again, the horse is not bred at all to go long. Certainly, they've done a good job. I know Lopez has done a great job with that horse. Okay, no try, no super, and no show in the second. Because we're left with 4 betting interests in this below bottom claimer. We're going to run a few of these this year. The $4,000 claimer for some of these horses that still aren't winning or competitive for 5 gives them another chance here. We do scratch a couple though, so it did cut it down to a small field. We scratched the 3 Tracy's Girl and the 6 Fidalia. Again, this race, whether it's speed or not, pace is going to make the race, and 40 Smooth might just be better than these horses anyway. 40 Smooth, I mean, obviously, you want to proceed with caution when she's a beaten favorite the last couple starts of the year last year. You know, she was against some pretty soft fields then that she's supposed to beat, and she didn't. So I'm a little bit concerned taking a short price on the horse, but she did get off badly in her last start. Nobody was beating Laughter. Laughter was just too good on the drop. And actually, I think it was Let's Maga made it close only because Laughter was on the wrong part of the track for the whole race. Other than that, Laughter would have won by a lot. But 40 Smooth wasn't that badly beaten in that tougher $5,000 race. So it's not a good sign that the horse was in for the waiver last time and then comes back running for 4,000 unprotected. So yeah, it's not the greatest of signs, but catches a pretty weak group, and if this horse breaks well, she could beat Coffee Futures to the front end and be the inside speed and Wabonseer and whoever. She just has to run a little bit better than last time to win, and I would expect her second start off the layoff she will. Now, Coffee Futures could be the other one that has some speed. She didn't run it all last time. The race before that, when she ran for this level, well, the other time we ran for 4, there wasn't much speed in that race. She kind of was just kind of hung around and ran 3rd in that race. Now, she drops back to the 4,000. You look at the rest of the field. Melissa Smile needs to go long. Wabonsee's not the same horse. The only other horse that I thought played was MAS Screws, and that one's off a layoff. So Coffee Futures would be the next logical chance and the best chance if you're trying to beat 40 Smooth, who has been a beaten favorite if you go back to the end of last year. But 2-4 would be the only two that I would use in race number 2. Maybe MAS Screws. But again, you got 4 betting interests. How many are you going to play in there? Let's play the all button. I guess if you want to save money on an all button, that's the one you play it in. Third race, an allowance race for fillies and mares. Never won 3 condition, going 5.5. And speaking of all button, this is a race that's pretty competitive. And you can make a strong case for a lot of them. You know, Numeric, only a 2-time winner, ran in the starter last time and ran absolutely huge, barely getting beat by Murphy's horse. That's going really well. Shelley is just not firing for me. I don't know what's going on with that horse, because she's one of the horses I like. I mean, I like the looks of the horse. Looks like a horse that could be running against stakes horses. Maybe she'll put it together. Maba Gigi ran the fastest time for 4.5 on opening day. It was still, I think it held at 4.5 as the fastest time this season. Last race wasn't as good for Maba Gigi though, but it was against tougher. I do like Idle Gossip's last race, passing Maba Gigi in that race. I was actually kind of impressed, because here's a horse that ran as a 2-year-old, and I remember the first start, it absolutely blew the turn and bore out. Well, they did whatever equipment change they needed to do, fixed the issue, came back and won. They thought enough of the horse to put her in the Ladyfinger. She actually ran extremely well. She ran 3rd in there, and then I don't know, futurity way overmatched, but I think coming against older horses for the first time last time and running a solid second behind Unicorn Cake, who was a pretty good one. I think the Tactics beat that horse last time. I think Idle Gossip looks like a horse that is going to be tough from the inside. Again, just a slight edge, because you got the other one that's a stablemate, Shaman Princess, who beat a 2 Lifetime field, and I know it wasn't the strongest of fields on paper as far as, but she looked good winning, and it was the first race back over the track, and it was also at this distance. Her running style was good. She was up close with the pace, and then drew away from him. So I think she's going to be one of those that she can go out there with Maba Gigi, maybe hold the inside of Maba Gigi, at least make it more difficult for Maba Gigi to clear early, because if Maba Gigi clears early, they're not going to catch that horse. But I thought Shaman Princess would be the inside of the speed. They'll be aggressive with this horse today, especially with a weight off. That she's another one that has a big chance to win race number 3. I think there's a couple of races today. I got Paul Barrow 1-2. Z-End, how good is this horse? That's the big question. Z-End didn't take any money at all in her debut, and she looked good. I mean, she was right behind Cagenet. I know Cagenet usually gives it up right at the end, and she was in the perfect position to take over, but she did a fast time for the day, for maidens anyway. I was more impressed that she came back against winners, and it was a good winner field. I mean, the money showed. I mean, you couldn't bet her off the maiden victory because she didn't beat anything, even though it was a decent time. And the trip was just perfect for her. But she really looked the part last time. She was basically blocked behind horses for a little while and then just drew away. Again, it wasn't the greatest, the 2 Lifetime field, but she came home in a good number, 111 and change with a 68 buyer. So how good is she? She's only making her 3rd start. She hasn't done anything wrong yet. And she could stay undefeated with another winner here. I don't know, tough to gauge. I'm going to use her. I can't not use her in the top 3, as she's done nothing wrong. I just didn't want to take her at 2-1. She's still got a little bit to prove. All right, 4th race. 4th race, 11-9 claimer, never won 2 condition, going 5.5. As far as inside speed, no, I'm not leaning towards inside speed because of the bias yesterday, but I just think, but now I'm found is going to take advantage of being the inside speed, being inside a last drink, and just keep going. Comes off the maiden victory, but it was against maiden special weights. So this horse does not go into the 2 lifetime allowance off the maiden special weight win. It's almost like, I don't want to call it a drop because you're facing winners for the first time, but it's usually not any tougher when you're going in for a tag for 2 lifetime at 11-9 than you are if from the maiden special weight. And both races are pretty good for this horse. He's quicker than Last Drink, and he's inside of Last Drink. So that's going to be a good advantage for him because he can hold the rail on that horse. If Last Drink outbreaks him and gets the rail, he's not going to win. But if he can get to the lead from the inside, he can make it 2 in a row. A realistic spot for him, too. I got him on top. The 6 English Storm might be a little against it from a pace standpoint. The horses I got second and third in here both come out of the same race. The horse that won was super impressive. Blamiker, I think it was the 3-year-old debut for Blamiker. Man, did that one just absolutely rip up the racetrack that day in 103. Now, neither one of these horses were competitive. Talk about English Storm and Sweet Julian. They can't come close to running a 103. But you can also draw a line through the race for both of them. And English Storm might have got something out of the race, considering it was his first start of 2025. So he's going to run better. Of course, it's hard to gauge how he even ran because, it's just a public workout for these horses trying to run for second and third because the winner was so impressive in that race. But I'm going back to last year's form for him because that's his only start this year. And he usually puts in a late run, maybe more like an underneath type because of his running style. He comes from out of it. But if he can close today and the pace develops, he's got that upset chance. But I would more likely use him in tries and supers. Sweet Julian's got tactical speed. I don't think he's quick enough to get the lead on But Now I'm Found in Last Drink. So at some point, because he's not that fast, he's going to have to learn to pass horses. And again, you're not going to pass any horses when Blamiker does the fastest time I've seen in a long time, at 103. The race before, he controlled a pace in a paceless race because he did 47 to the half. That's not going to happen today. But he could be up close. He could land a share. There's no Blamikers in this race at the 11-9. Keep in mind, both English Storm and Sweet Julian, not only that's an allowance race, but that was the best 2 lifetime allowance race you're going to see because there's no other race that's going to go in 103. Go 165 in race number 4. And we'll see Blamiker and Saratoga or something. All right, significant scratch here. The 1 Montauk Memoirs looked like a big player because you had 3 Paul Barrows that could have run 1, 2, 3 in here. I still got him 1, 2. And remember, I got Barrow 1, 2 in the other race. Hard to not use Barrow 1, 2 in this race. It's just which one do you like better? Normally I would take the owner horse over the trainer horse, but Billy at the Gate didn't have the best trip last time. Took a lot of money. And speaking of But Now I'm Found, ran second to that rival. Again, if you look at But Now I'm Found's last race, it wasn't like he went that fast that day. And Billy at the Gate ran second. So, if you like Billy at the Gate, you want to see But Now I'm Found run a decent race in race number 4. You might be able to go to school a little bit on how that one does if you like this one. Well, they liked him in the debut. I mean, he took all kinds of money. Took a lot of money. And it wasn't late money. It was the whole time. I picked But Now I'm Found. I don't know if I missed something on Billy at the Gate, but it's a good sign that he ran so well in his debut. If he moves forward from that race, it's going to be awfully tough in here. Montauk Surf makes his second start of the year off of a good second place finish. They look like the 2 best in here. The other one would probably be Flattery. Probably Flattery. Ran as a 2-year-old. Ran against restricted 3s last time. This will be the first time against older horses for Probably Flattery. I always say that, but some of the restricted 3-year-old races this year have been better than the 3 and up maiden races. So, and his last race isn't that bad. I mean, he didn't run that good, but the race itself was graded pretty well. his race off the layoff was actually very good behind the next style winner. So he's another one that you got to use. Of course, with the connections, you got to use them anyway. I'm going to go with the 4, 1A, and 5. I got another Barrow Exacta. Got 2 Barrow Exactas. All right, 6th race is the fun one. I say that because it's a restricted 3-year-old maiden race going 5.5. Got some first-time starters in here, some inexperienced horses. So these are a little more fun to handicap. You got to do a little more homework, look up the breeding. Scratch the 1 Salt Spartan. I thought the 1A looked the tougher one of the 2 anyway. I was surprised that the morning line's got Salt Spartan as the favorite. The 1A Salty Ryan is the one that's really well bred and does have some nice works for the debut. Now, the Dam was more of a turf horse. All 3 wins were on the turf, but the offspring aren't. A lot of them have run on dirt. This one costs $75,000 as a 2-year-old, is a half to a multiple graded stakes winner. So this Kentucky bred, very well bred, got a really nice 35 work, should be tough for Bill Bartlett. The other firster, I got first time starters 1, 2 in here. Knightmissimo also shows a really nice work, 4 furlong works. I was told any horse could do a 48, I think was what I told my trainer by my early handicap days. But, 17 horses did work and does count as a bullet. Out of an unraced dam, the dam is a full to Mom Strike, who was the greatest stakes winner. This one, they paid 10 grand. It's Honest Mischief. Got a couple by that sire. The other first-time starter for Barrow, Luce Non Uro. I doubt I said that correctly, but that's also by Honest Mischief, and that's a pretty good sire. So you got 2 from the same sire in this race. Knightmissimo showing the better works, and I like the breeding on that horse as well on the dam side. So I'm going to go with first-time starters 1, 2 in here, and the horses that have run. You got Divine Peace, a Kentucky bred. Speaking of a good work, has a nice work at Monmouth, and like the breeding on this one. They paid $30,000 as a yearling for this horse. Pretty well bred on both sides. First start wasn't too good. Didn't take any money in that race. But comes to Finger Lakes for the first time, and you would think that this is a little bit easier spot, depending on what these first-time starters do in this race. Again, not that competitive. Only beat 1 horse against probably a tougher maiden field that he faced at Tampa. So the other one that's run, and he's had more chances, Henry's Hope. And I know the form isn't very good the last couple starts. Isn't good at all. But 2 things about that. He's a 3-year-old against 3 and ups. This is almost like a drop in class. He's the only one other than Racer X who's faced older horses. They've all been against restricted 3s, the ones that have run, other than Racer X. The other thing is, those last 2 races were on off tracks. You notice the only race that he's got that's good on his paper, and it is a good race, where he ran second, was over a fast racetrack. And those last 2 starts, again, one of them off the turf, the other one was in the slop. Maybe he just simply doesn't like it off track. That's one thing you say for Henry's Hope. That's what you kind of hope. But it's kind of would be surprising because there is some off-track breeding in Henry's Hope, especially on the dam side. And again, I use the other Honest Mischief for 4th, the other first-time starter. I like the fact that Jeremias Flores rode Hanavor, who of the horses that have run have some of the better numbers, but he opts to go to the firster. I think that might be a sign that this horse can run a little bit. So another first-time starter. I got 3 of the firsters, all 3 of the first-time starters in my top 4. Hoping one of them wins, I guess. I mean, maybe if you're playing picks, use the firsters, and maybe you throw a Divine Piece. I don't know. I mean, I like the looks of these first-time starters. Maybe take a look at them in the paddock in the post parade before proceeding to the window. guess you can't do that when the pick five. If you're playing pick fives, because that starts what in the fourth race for the 8-race card. But you can if you're playing the late pick three, or tries, or however you want to use the wagering menu. I would say the pick fives are the best bets at the racetrack. I hear Finger Lakes. You got 2 of them now. You got one in the first race, and then one that's the last 5 races of the day. So you got the first 5, last 5. Maybe you can hit them both. Okay, 7th race, an allowance race for fillies and mares, downwards of a state bred, going 5.5. And we'll see, again, we'll know by the 7th race how this track is playing. I think we knew by the 3rd or 4th race we could say confidently that was an inside track yesterday. We'll see today. I mean, by the 7th race we'll know. But the thing about this race is it is loaded with front speed. Bad connection, one way of going. She's going to be a pace factor in here. Really, I know not much chance on paper to win the race, but a pace factor no matter how you look at it. Going to hurt the chances of Camus, who was probably hoping to be the inside speed of the race. And then you got Small Pebbles on the outside, likes to be forwardly placed. Special Pal usually likes to be on or near the lead. I think even Special Pal, one thing with that horse is the only time Special Pal wins is when he's on the lead. He's not going to, the horse isn't going to get the lead today. So Troubled Luck should be the one that gets the trip, you would think. Now, her last race, she was a beaten favorite. She didn't run very well, but it wasn't off track. You look at the other races. Now, she did come in here with a fitness edge, where some of these horses were coming off breaks, and now they have the advantage because they were freshened and then got a couple starts. Well, this horse has just been running and running and running. So she won with that fitness edge against the 11 and 9s, but then ran extremely well, I thought, against the 1 State Breds, running second going this distance. Now, numbers-wise and talent-wise, I don't love her here. I mean, I don't think she's better than these horses, but it's one of those things where running style and trips could play to her advantage because it is a race load with speed, and she's the one that can pass horses. I mean, Hypnocurrency passes horses, but I don't know if she's quite good enough. She's kind of one of those horses, she passes horses, but she passes horses to be on the board. So she's got to beat Special Pal. And that's what I had for third, either Special Pal or Hypnocurrency. Might give Small Pebbles a race, another race. But I use Camus for second. I mean, Camus, of the speed, this horse is sharp right now. I mean, she won 2 in a row. Last time, she just got beat by a better horse. Intentious was just simply the better horse. What can you say? But I think the pace flow is going to be against her today. I mean, you got, just because bad connection is going to probably hold the rail against her. She's a need the lead type, so she's going to have to use a lot to get to the front, and that might affect her finish. She might just be the best speed of the speed and just win. You got to use her. Special Pal's another one. I mean, she likes this distance, obviously. She's 6 for 7 in the top 2. She doesn't need the lead to land a share. She always does that. She just gets out there with the speed or close to the speed and just hangs around. But she doesn't win unless she gets the lead, so she's not going to get the lead here. So I'm just going to use her in the top 3. I'm going to go the 2, 3, 4 in the 7th race. Just hoping for the trip. Again, I would use more than one in there, though. I mean, when you're playing a horse, just because you think they're going to get the trip, unless it's a lone speed horse, sometimes that's not always a strong play if they're a shorter price, just because they may not get that trip that you're expecting. Scratch the 3 solo act in the last race. It's a 5,000 maiden claimer going 6 furlongs. I think a few of these were running on the day that we canceled, so I had another chance to look at it, the same horses. Pace might matter. I expect a little more speed from the 7, Destiny Robin. That one should have some speed in here. The 1 Saratoga Weekend should be closer. I mean, Mischief Exposed, coming out of that race, I mean, Mischief Exposed beat the gate. I mean, that horse just shot to the front end, and then everybody was caught chasing, and that one didn't come back at all. And Saratoga Weekend was making up a lot of ground, Again, maybe Mischief Exposed was just putting the race away and wrapping up at the end. That's why I made some of it. But did pass some horses at 5.5. Now gets an extra half furlong, 6 furlongs. Also making the third start off the layoff. And this horse is going to be a lot closer than where he was last time when you're trying to close on a horse that beat the gate and didn't come back an inch. I mean, that horse is drawing away, if anything, pretty comfortably winning the race. So I'll give Saratoga Weekend the slight edge from the rail. Didn't know what to really do with Forest Manager. Really tough horse to figure. He obviously wants to go long. And so the extra half furlong, if anything, should help. Bred for route on the both sides. If you look at this horse, he looks like a horse that wants to go long. But he only did have the one route race, and he didn't run very well, and so maybe not. But breeding wise and looks wise, he should want to go the longer distance. Maybe he could be just a 7 furlong or miler, but 6 furlongs, maybe he's just better than these 5,000 maidens. Good looking horse. And he comes out of that race that's just a better race. It's the 11-9 level. Deputy Tremont for Bartlett looked pretty good in victory. There wasn't a lot of speed in that race either. And that's one of the reasons the horse won. They went pretty slow fractions because there wasn't a lot of pace. And Forest Manager's trying to make up ground with a wide trip in a race that didn't have a lot of speed. So was kind of at the mercy of things last time. I think the drop in class and the extra half furlong is only going to help this horse, and he's a big win threat. Mentioned the 7, Destiny Robin. I think I had this horse on top the day we canceled just because I thought there was a little less speed in that race. I thought Destiny Robin would just shoot out to the front end. He was the only one that showed any kind of speed, being close to a pace at Charlestown. And I think if he does flash a little bit of speed here, it's going to help. It's not like there's a lot of speed in here or any true good speed horses. So he should be in the race early, and he should be a player, especially dropping in class after running against better maidens at Charlestown. The 5-horse, it's the Saxon story. You talk about a horse that's a little bit inconsistent. That's this one. Another one that's tough to figure. But he is dropping back down to 5,000. You know, when he did run for 5,000, he wasn't hitting the board before. They stepped him up to face 11s, and he hit the board. Maybe they're better off running him at 11. But his last race wasn't good at all, and lost by double digits. So maybe the class relief helps, and the soft feel that he gets here helps as well. But I just don't know what Saxon story is going to show up today, because he's been so inconsistent. Put in a good race, then he'll throw in a bad race. His best race, actually, numbers-wise, would beat this field. So it's another one to consider using in today's 8th race. And that's all I got for today. We got 8 of them. Of course, another reminder, tomorrow, 1:15 post, Wednesdays only for the rest of the summer. But also, our big day is Monday. That's not that far away. New York Derby Day. We also got the New York Oaks and the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. I mean, you got some major players in there. I think Irad Ortiz is listed to ride one of those horses in the New York Derby. You also got Jack and Bernie. Man, he's going to have some company in the Leon Reed Memorial. That turned out to be a pretty good race of the 3. I mean, all of them, you got the Classy Oaks in the New York Derby, and then a really competitive, good field for the Leon Reed Memorial as well. Dollar hot dogs and dollar sodas. So, if the one day you're going to ask me to buy you lunch, maybe I will think about doing it. Depends on how I did the day before. Anyway, enjoy the race day. Hopefully the rain holds off. Make some money. Next live day again tomorrow with that 1:15 first post.
Horses are coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Sutton Breeze and John Barrios. Number 2, Almond Cider, jockey change Jeremias Flores. Number 3 is Co-Conspirator and Nazario Alvarado. Number 4, Dynamite Karma and Inoel Bieto. Number 5 is Beta and Luis Perez. And number 6, Golden Rain, Joel Cruz calling the shots. Post time in about 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go a mile. Starter optional claiming conditions. 3-2 favorite number 4, Dynamite Karma. Winner of his last couple races, including the last one here at Finger Lakes. Almond Cider. Dynamite Karma. Will be easy to spot. A bright gray, got some lime green on his jockey silks. Dynamite Karma Going up into line, Beta. And Golden Rain to the outside. And they're all the gates. They're off and running at Finger Lakes, a very competitive start. It's Dynamite Karma who's blasting out for the front end. Co-Conspirator flashing early speed inside of him. And Golden Rain is 3 wide around that first turn. It's Sutton Breeze right behind the leaders, wants to go on and into third at this point in time. Beta's also rank as Golden Rain losing position and 3 lengths off the lead is he. And Almond Cider's at the back of the pack and about 5.5 lengths off the lead. Co-Conspirator as they reach the backstretch has a lead by a half length over Dynamite Karma in second. Sutton Breeze, White Blinkers third. Beta is in amongst horses for 2 lengths off the lead. Golden Rain widest of the backstretch in second last, only 2 lengths off the lead, but now up into third, and 2 lengths to Almond Cider who trails the field. They run past the half-mile pole. Co-Conspirator and Dynamite Karma still first and second. Sutton Breeze will attempt to probe through at the fence, but really in some tight quarters. Beta's outside of him. 4 lengths to Golden Rain, who backpedals, and Almond Cider passes him. 2.5 furlongs to go in this race, and Dynamite Karma takes over the lead from Co-Conspirator. It's Beta who's on the outside up in a second. Sutton Breeze is in the clear, but deep on the course in fourth, and then it's Almond Cider as they reach the top of the stretch. Dynamite Karma turns them in. Beta, the Blue Blinkers, the danger on the outside. Co-Conspirator races in third. Sutton Breeze a distant fourth. 1 furlong to go. Dynamite Karma has the lead by 2 lengths. Beta's keeping him honest on the outside second. 16th to go. Dynamite Karma and Beta. It's Dynamite Karma. 3 wins in a row. Career win number 15 for Dynamite Karma. Beta second. Co-Conspirator third. Sutton Breeze fourth. Four, five, three, one. Number 4, Dynamite Karma, first. 1 mile, timed in 139.13. Back to the winner's circle, number 4, Dynamite Karma. Ontario bred, 8-year-old gray gelding by a big screen out of Dynamite Dancer. RT Racing Stable owns Leandro Moreno Barban, is the trainer, and Inoel Beato, the winning jockey. Career win number 15 for Dynamite Karma. Spring Farm bred Dynamite Karma, it's official. $4.80 the winning mutual. Exacta $15.60, 50-cent trifecta, $26.37. Dime superfecta, $8.37. Second race at Finger Lakes, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Scratch number 3, Tracy's Girl, and number 6, Fidalia. Post time race 2 in about 19 minutes at 1:30.
All right, horse in the paddock for race number 2, Dynamite Karma. Horse is sharp, won 3 in a row, second time over the track. And Molbito gets the victory for Leonardo Biden. And that one looked really good in victory because Beta's no slouch, the horse that ran second. You had to accept a short price, though, at 7-5. Okay, we are down to 4 betting interests for race number 2. So no trifecta, no superfecta, no show wagering. You still have the pick 3 and the daily double as well as an exacta. Scratch the 3, Tracy's Girl, and the 6, Fidalia. Now you do have an entry, so there is a total of 5 horses before betting interest because of the entry. Really, can you narrow this down? I mean, 40 Smooth, a really tough horse to gauge because she's been a beaten favorite. She's had her chances. You go back to last year, those weren't the toughest of fields. She was bet down to be a heavy favorite at 2-5 in her last start back on November 20th, and she didn't fire at all. Hard to believe, but actually her last race wasn't bad, considering she was off the layoff. She didn't break all that sharp. Laughter pretty much laid over the field. Let's Baga ran a big race, but 40 Smooth never really in it, but considering she lost by less than double digits against that tougher field, this is going to be much easier with this below-bottom claimer, especially with the scratches. And she could be the speed if she decides to be aggressive here. She's at odds of 3-5. The other one that might have a little speed is Coffee Futures. She tends to show more speed in routes than sprints, but other than 40 Smooth, Wabansie doesn't have the same speed that she used to. Coffee Futures might be the closest one to her. She's 0 for 11 at the distance. I mean, I guess that's not that concerning when you're 5 for 79 in your career. Man, this will be the 80th start for Coffee Futures. Maybe a chance to win here. She's probably the main threat. The other one that I thought would be the threat would be the 5 MAS Screws, but she's off the layoff. The entry is getting some play. Melissa Smile, though, is a router. She's never hit the board at the distance. Wabansie does have some speed. She didn't break last time, so maybe if she breaks better, she'll show the speed that she used to show. But she hasn't shown much in quite some time. I guess it is a positive sign they're taking some money. Not really sure which one they're playing. Didn't really see much in either one of them, but it is a pretty soft group. And really the only one that's going to take some any strong play would be 40 Smooth. But the two I thought had the best shot were 40 Smooth and Coffee Futures. If 40 Smooth runs a race, she's got a good chance to win. I guess it's a negative that she was in for a waiver claim, and now she's in at the very bottom at 4. So no try, no super, no show in the second. Again, we scratched the 3, Tracy's Girl, and the 6, Fidalia.
Coming on the track, race number 2 from Finger Lakes. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. First half of the entry, number 1, Melissa Smile and Hemin Harkey. Other half the entry, the 1A, Wabansie and Michael Davila Jr. Number 2, 40 Smooth and Jose Baez. Number 4, Coffee Futures, Nazario Alvarado. And number 5 is MAS Scroovies and Rafael Regina Jr. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple of minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares going 5.5 furlongs. Condition claiming race. 4 to 5 on number 240 Smooth. 2 to 1 on the entry of Melissa Smile and Wabanzi, and 2 to 1 on number 4 Coffee Futures. Looks like Wabanzi's the last to load up. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Step tardy, Melissa Smile. It's Wabanzi setting out for the lead. Coffee Futures. Here's 40 Smooth at the fence. 40 Smooth with a slender lead over Coffee Futures. Wabanzi 3 wide third. A gap of about 3.5 to MAS Groovies is about 3 lengths in front of the slow starting Melissa Smile, who's at the back of the pack. 3-horse battle down to 2 as they make the entry into the turn. 40 Smooth and Coffee Futures clear by about 5 lengths over Wabanzi, who's a clear-cut third. MAS Groovies is up the inside fourth, and a space of 4 to Melissa Smile, who's at the tail of the field as they wind their way to the quarter pole. It's 40 Smooth with the advantage by a half length over Coffee Futures in second. Wabanzi deep on the course, still holding third. MAS Groovies up the inside in fourth, and Melissa Smile trails the field as they run down to the final furlong. It's 40 Smooth who shrugs off Coffee Futures, while Bonzi's on the grandstand side up into second. MAS Groovies up the inside third. In deep stretch, it's 40 Smooth. 40 Smooth, the favorite, wins over Wabanzi. MAS Groovies third, fourth Coffee Futures. 2-1A-5-4. In race 2 from Finger Lakes, 5.5 furlongs, 106.54. 40 Smooth, your unofficial winner. Second race official, $3.10. The winning mutual, 40 Smooth. Back to the winner's circle, New York bred, 7-year-old Duck Brown mare by Upstart out of Irish to Cat. Dana Saul, owner trainer, Jose Baez. The winning jockey. Breeding Bliss, Cheryl Prudhomme, and Dr. Michael Gallivan, bred 40 Smooth. Double 970, exacta double $9.10, exacta $8.70. I'll get it right. Third race at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Pick 4 starts on race number 3. Post time in 21 minutes.
All right, I'm in the paddock for race number 3, and looking back at the second, it was a matter of 40 Smooth getting to the front end from being inside of Coffee Futures and just being better than that cheaper field there. Jose Baez for trainer Dana Saul gets the win in race number 2. All right, looking at the third, this starts the early pick 4. This for Fillies and Mares, never won 3 races, going 5.5 furlongs. A little more competitive race, this one, and it looks like the 5ZN taking some play, looking for 3 in a row. The water's deeper here as she's going to get challenged, a little tougher field, much tougher field than the 2 fields that she's beaten so far. But that goes, when you're going through the progression, that's how you see how good you are when you're going through conditions. So let's see how good she is moving to this spot. Certainly off the last race, you got to consider her off of a good number and drawing away being much the best of that 2 lifetime field. I went with Idle Gossip, the 1 horse. She's her first start here, as I should say, is her second start is against older horses, but her first start against older horses, but second start as a 3-year-old. She ran good second behind a horse called Unicorn Cake. That one came back to run a good second behind Deezer Rock last week. So that turned out to be a pretty good race for Idle Gossip. She should get a good trip from her inside position. Shaman Princess is the other horse from the stable. Gets the weight off after getting a victory in her second start over the track and first race back since running the Belmont at Aqueduct Meet. So that's a couple of the contenders here for race number 3. Again, we'll start in early pick 4. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 also available here.
Fillies and Mares on the track. Race number 3 from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Idle Gossip and Jeremias Flores. Number 2 is Shaman Princess and Apprentice Chris Elliott. Number 3 is Numeric and Christian Navarro aboard. Number 4, Shelley and Kevin Navarro. Number 5, The End, Stephen Frett, the riding assignment. And number 6 is Mamba Gigi and Andre Worry aboard. Post time in about 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the Fillies and Mares have arrived at the starting gate for the third race from Finger Lakes. Interesting allowance affair, non-winners of 3. 6-5 on number 5, Z End. Now 7-5 on her, 2-1 on number 1, Idle Gossip. Numeric. Shelley. Z End. And Mamba Gigi. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Looked like Mamba Gigi broke through the gate there right before the gates were unlatched, but ZN is also right behind Mamba Gigi. It's Mamba Gigi up the backstretch who has lead. Shaman Princess in some tight quarters. ZN's on the outside up into second. Idle Gossip trying to probe through at the fence in some very tight quarters is Idle Gossip. The rider has a firm hold of her in third. The back two markers are Shelley, who's about 3 parts of a length in front of Numeric at the back. It's Mamba Gigi into the turn, who has the lead by just about a length. ZN outside, poised to roll in second. Idle Gossip towards the inside in third. A length back to Shaman Princess in fourth. Shelley's in second last and deep on the course. And Numeric trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Mamba Gigi's homeward bound, has the lead by a length and a half. ZN now under left-handed pressure second. Idle Gossip's up the inside third. Shaman Princess stands side fourth. Inside the furlong marker, it's Mamba Gigi, who's clear by 3 lengths over ZN, Idle Gossip, and Shaman Princess. Mamba Gigi, your winner. ZN second, Shaman Princess third, close for fourth, either Numeric or Idle Gossip. 652. And a photo for Ford. Number 6, Mamba Gigi, your unofficial winner. 5 1/2 furlongs, 105.20. Number 3, Numeric, was 4th. 6 5 2 3. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, Mamba Gigi. New York bred, 4-year-old Bay Filly by Bustin Stones out of Heck. My Purple Haze Stables owns. Chris Engelhardt trains. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Laurel Least and Tulip 2 Racing bred, Mamba Gigi. $13 to Winnie Mutual, double $21, exacta $38, 50-cent try, $36.37. Dime Super, $23.10. Fourth race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double. Pick 5 wagering. Pick 5 starts on race number 4. Post time in 21 minutes at 2:28 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for the fourth. Actually, the key to that race was if Mamba Gigi, at least for that horse, if she was able to clear for the lead early. And she was able to. She had some relatively comfortable fractions up there on the lead. Andre Worry did a good job of getting that speed out of her and able to go all the way as she bounces back. She had two in a row after the poor effort last time. She had things her way today and bounced back with a good victory. That for trainer Chris Engelhart. Mamba Gigi starts off your pick 4, at least the early one. Okay, late pick 5 starts with the fourth race. Inside speed should come from the 1, but now am found as he looks for 2 in a row. He comes out of a special weight race. Granted, it's not the fastest time that he did last time, but they were special weight. So he doesn't go to the 2 lifetime allowance. He moves to the 2 lifetime at the 11 and 9 level. I mean, that's a realistic spot for him off of the victory after running second his race before, going 4.5. Again, he's not tearing up the track as far as how fast he's going early, but he's probably fast enough to get the lead on these rivals, and that could be an advantage in this claiming race. He's at odds of 4 to 5. The 6 is English Storm. He's more of a late runner, so they will have to back up to him. You do have some other possibility of some pressing speed. I mean, you got Last Drink, who has some speed from the outside, and Sweet Julian does have a little bit of speed if he uses it in the middle. So there is some possibility of, but now I'm found forced to do at least a little more than a 23 first quarter, that English Storm will have something to run at. Now, both English Storm and Sweet Julian come out of the race won by Blamiker. Blamiker ran one of the fastest times we've seen in quite some time for 5.5 furlongs. Granted, nobody was really competitive and nobody really challenged Blamiker, but you can also forgive the effort in English Storm. That was his first start since August of last year, so he probably needed the race and he'll get something out of the race that he'll run a lot better today. So look for him to be closing late and some passing some of these tiring horses that might be chasing the speed. Again, Sweet Julian is another one that'll be up close. You can throw the last race out because it was against Blamiker, who ran that fast time. And the previous start, he was allowed to control things. He had an easy pace, but he won that day. It was special weights, and the last race was allowed. So he does get a little bit of class relief, dropping to the 11 and 9. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 5 starts with this race.
Horses on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes, leading the post parade number 1, but now am found with Luis Perez. Number 2, 7th race, Shake and Nasario Alvarado. Number 3, John's in Charge and Andre Worry. Number 4, Just a Guy and Jeremias Flores. Number 5, Sweet Julian and Caber Koa. Number 6, English Storm and Jose Baez. And number 7 is Last Drink and Hemen Harkey. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Got a loose horse. Loose horse, number 5, Sweet Julian. Sweet Julian is loose around the first turn. Got a loose horse. Number 5, Sweet Julian. Late scratch. Scratch number 5, Sweet Julian. Number 5, Sweet Julian is a late scratch from this 4th race. Scratch number 5, Sweet Julian. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Late scratch of the 5, Sweet Julian, leaves us with a field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs. Current favorite at 6 to 5, number 1, But Now Am Found. John's in charge. English Storm. And Last Drink. Riders off, 7th race, Shake. Alvarado's back in the starting gate apparatus. Hasn't climbed back aboard yet. Last Drink still behind the gate. 4 to 5 on But Now Am Found. Alvarado climbing back aboard. 7th race, Shake. Last Drink coming up and going in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Step tardy, But Now Am Found. Last Drink the Gray accelerates out for the front end. 7th race, Shake is in second now, But Now Am Found from last up into second, but had to use some energy there. English Storm is widest up the back stretch. John's in charge in between horses, only 2 lengths off the lead, and then 3.5 lengths to the trailer, Just a Guy, as they get ready to take on the turn. Last Drink has the lead by a length and a half. 7th race, Shakes in second, But Now Am Found towards the inside in third. 4th, English Storm 3 wide. 2 lengths back to John's in charge, second last, and 6 lengths to Just a Guy, who trails the field as they reach the quarter pole. Last Drink's in charge. 7th race, Shake, white blinkers in second. English Storm goes wide, and then it's But Now Am Found. John's in charge in second last as they turn into the stretch. Last Drink on top. The lead's 4 lengths over 7th race, Shake, who's fully extended in second. And then in third, that is English Storm, 16th to go. Last Drink leads by 2 lengths over 7th race, Shake. It's Last Drink, 7th race, Shake. Last Drink holds by a neck over 7th race, Shake. Then it was English Storm and close for 4th. 7261, number 7, last drink first. 5.5 furlongs, 105.96. Back to the winner's circle, number 7, last drink. New York Red, 4-year-old Grey Gelding by Destin out of I Drink Alone. Joseph Osmilowski and Sarah Osmilowski, the ownership. Richard Schaefer is the trainer. Evan Harkey, the winning jockey. Casey Newick, bred last drink. $22.40 the winning mutual. Double 6-7, $95. Consolation double 6-5, double $12.60, exactly $97. Trifecta $55.75. Dime Super $26.25. Regular pick 3, 2, 6, 7, $46.12. Consolation pick 3, 2, 6, and 5, $5.10. To the back half of the card we go. 5th race, Finger Lakes, scratch part of the entry, the 1, Montauk Memoirs. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and the late pick 4 wagering. Post time in 20 minutes. Did have a claim in the 4th race, number 1, But Now Am Found. New owners Richard Sparling and Pamela Cotlany. New trainer Caitlin Gutterson. Number 1, But Now Am Found, claimed out of race number 4.
All right, getting ready for race number 5, and yeah, Last Drake was able to get to the front. That was the key there, as But Am Not Found didn't really break that well. You had the other speed, Sweet Julian, scratched before the race, and Last Drake was the true beneficiary of the circumstances, but still had to earn it. Got to the lead and was able to hold off the closer, 7th race Shake and English Storm. So that was Heman Harkey for Richard Schaefer, but a little bit of a price in there. I was certainly helped by the scratch. So 5th race, we scratched the 1 part of entry, Montauk Memoirs. The other half still getting some play, Montauk Surf. A couple of them in here for trainer Paul Barrow that are both going to get play. They're actually the 2 favorites in the race right now. Billy at the Gate took a lot of money in his debut and ended up running well. I mean, I was trying to catch But Now I'm Found, who got the lead. Can't really gauge anything from But Now I'm Found from the last race because he didn't get the lead. But the pace scenario didn't really benefit him, and he still ran well to be second. Now, Montauk Surf has had chances, but this last race was his first start off of the layoff, and he ran one of his best races that he's ever run. So he's sitting on a good performance here. If he can move forward from that race, or at least repeat it, he should be there. These two seem like the 2 main rivals, and they're both from the same barn. So Billy at the Gate is right now at 9-5. Montauk Surf is a slight favorite over him at odds of 3-2. Another horse to consider would be the 5, probably Flattery, who hit the board often, was no worse than 4th his first few starts until last time when he got caught wide in a restricted 3-year-old race. So if you could just forgive the last effort, you could use him today. It was his second start off the layoff. This will be his 3rd start. He should be pretty fired up, and he's probably got a softer field other than the Barrow trainees. There really isn't much else in here. So he's a strong top 3 threat in race number 5, and he's getting some action at 9-2 with all the play on the 2 stablemates. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and the late pick 4 starts in the 5th. Again, we'll scratch the part of entry, Montauk Memoirs, out of this race.
Horses coming on the track for the 5th race at Finger Lakes. Before we start the post parade, I want to let everyone know number 3, Snowstorm, races with hind shoes on. Hind shoes on, a lead change in this 5th race. There's a remaining part of the entry, the 1A Montauk Surf and Kevin Navarro aboard. Number 2, 10 Run Rule, Christian Navarro. Number 3, Snowstorm, Joel Cruz. Number 4, Billy at the Gate in Jeremias Flores. Number 5 is Probably Flattery in Luis Perez. And number 6, My Kinda Crazy in Nasario Alvarado. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Starts the late 50-cent pick 4. Seven to 5 on number 4, Billy at the gate. 9 to 5 on the remaining part of the entry, Montauk Surf. Both trained by Paul Barrow. And 3 to 1 on number 5, Probably Flattery. Billy at the gate into line, 10-run rule. Snowstorm. Probably Flattery. Montauk Surf and My Kinda Crazy. My Kinda Crazy to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Probably Flattery and Montauk Surf. These two rush out for the lead. Billy at the gate in a good spot right behind the dueling leaders in third. Then a gap of 4 lengths. Back to 10-run rule up the inside in 4. Snowstorm half length behind him in 5th. And a length to My Kinda Crazy, who is 6th and trailing. Up the backstretch they travel. Montauk Surf and Probably Flattery. They're clear by a length and a half. And Billy and the gate is poised to go outside in 3rd. 10-run rule, Snowstorm 4th and 5th, and My Kinda Crazy's deep on the course at the tail of the field and 5 lengths off the lead. 3 furlongs to go, and it's Montauk Surf who gets the better of Probably Flattery at this point in time. Billy at the gate contending outside in 3rd as Probably Flattery comes back for more along the inside. And then in 4th, that is My Kinda Crazy, but spun out wide. Snowstorm's in 2nd last as they turn into the stretch. Montauk Surf making it tight there for Probably Flattery. And these two are nip and tuck with 1 furlong to go. Billy at the gates outside in third, 2 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. Montauk Surf, Probably Flattery, stubborn along the inside. Montauk Surf, Probably Flattery, Billy at the gate. It's Montauk Surf in front. Probably Flattery second. Then it was Billy at the gate. Many lengths back to 10-run rule in fourth. The 1A, Montauk Surf first. Second, number 5, Probably Flattery. Third, number 4, Billy at the gate. Fourth, number 2, 10-run rule. 6 furlongs in 113.41. Fifth race official. Montauk Surf pays $6.10 to win. He's back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 4-year-old Gray Gelding by Central Banker out of I'll Give You Whatever. Charles Stephanie is the owner. Paul Barrow, the trainer. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Charles is also the breeder of Montauk Surf. Double $70 even. Exacta $18.60. Trifecta $6.70. Dime Super $4. Regular pick 3, if you will, 671, $78.25. Consolation pick 3, 6, 5, and 1, $10.50. And the pick 5, 5 of 5 is $562. 6 race at Finger Lakes. Scratch part of the entry. The 1 Salt Spartan. Part of the entry is a scratch. Exacta Tri Superfecta. Daily double pick 3 wagering. Post time in 20 minutes.
Okay, we're getting ready for race number 6, and it turned out to be a good finish. It looked like Montauk Surf was going to draw away and win by a lot, but probably Flattery was able to work hard on the inside to keep up with that one. But Montauk Surf still able to edge that one at the wire. Kevin Navarro for trainer Paul Barrow in race number 5. They'll start off the late pick 4. Now the 6th race is a tricky one. This is a real good one, actually. This is for 3-year-old maidens. We scratched part of the entry, the 1. And you do have a first-time starters in here. I got 3 of the 4 firsters in my top 4 because they all have pretty good looks here as far as the breeding and the works. Got 2 horses by Honest Mischief that are both making their first start. The 5, Nightmissimo, and the 3, Lucio Nanuro, who is very well bred as well. Actually, Flores gets off the 3 to ride that one. So a good sign if you're backing Lucio Nanuro, considering Hana War is at 9-5. Lucio Nanuro is at 24-1. At least the rider thinks that 24-1 is better. Interesting. But Salty Ryan, the 1A, is the one I took on top off the 35-1 work and also off the breeding. This one very well bred. They paid $75,000 for this one as a 2-year-old. Is a half to a multiple graded stakes winner. Now the dam, all 3 of that one's wins that were on the turf, but there is a lot of dirt breeding in Salty Ryan out of a dam by Johannesburg, very well bred, and right now that's a 9-2, which would be a fair price in this wide open group. The 5, Nightmissimo, a little cold on the board here early at 7-1, but another Honest Mischief will debut with Lasix. Now it's out of an unraced dam. Now the dam is a full to a multiple stakes winner, actually a grade 3 winner. Only paid $10,000 for this one, which is pretty good for an Honest Mischief, but does arrive here into this race with a bull at work. Again, a little cold at odds of 7-1. The 6-horse Divine Peace is an interesting one. He's making his 2nd career start. They paid $30,000 for this one as a yearling. Is a Kentucky bred that ran one time in Tampa. Didn't really run well at all in that one against restricted 3-year-olds, but does arrive here, and this should be an easier field. And he rides with a really nice work at Monmouth. A good sign that he is getting a little bit of early play. Again, mentioned Lucio Nanuro. Again, Flores opts to ride here by Honest Mischief and out of a dam by Micromanage. Obviously, would want to go a little bit further than this distance. But that is pretty good breeding. Surprised that this horse isn't getting much or any of early play, especially when his stablemate's getting play off of an off-the-board finish. So Exacta tries Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. Again, we scratch a part of entry, the 1, Salt Spectrum.
On the track for race 6, going to be a little bit of a scattered post parade. Number 3, Hannah War leads our post parade with him and Harkey. Number 4. is Racer X and Kevin Navarro. Number 5, Knight Missio, Andre Worry. Well, I guess we'll go to the 6. Divine Peace and Noel Beato. Number 7, Gonna Be Possible and Nasario Alvarado. Number 8 is Henry's Hope. And Rafael Rohina Jr. There's the 1A Salty Ryan, Luis Perez. Number 2 is Lucio Nonuro and Jeremias Flores. And there's the 5, Knight Missio and Andre Worry. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Horses have reached the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Racer X going into line, Night Missio. Salty Ryan, Divine Peace. As well as Gonna Be Possible and Henry's Hope behind the gate. 3-2 on Henry's Hope. Night Missio's in. Salty Ryan. Divine Peace. Got some riders off with horses that are in the gate. Lucio Non-Euro backed out of the gate. Late scratch, scratch number 2, Lucio Non. Euro is a late scratch, scratch number 2 from this 6th race. There'll be a short delay. Loading up once again, Salty Ryan. Divine Peace. Gonna Be Possible and Henry's Hope. Henry's Hope to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. A little bit of a stumble to start. Night Missio, who's last. Henry's Hope rushes out for the lead. Going to be possible. The Grays in second. Divine Peace tracks in third. Hannah Ward towards the inside in fourth. Racer X in fifth. 6.5, 7 lengths off the lead. Night Missio plays catch up on the outside and is out of last. And Salty Ryan is deep on the course at the tail of the field. Henry's Hope and Going to be possible first and second. Divine Peace in a stalking position in third. 2 lengths off the lead. A space of 4 lengths back to Hannah Ward towards the inside fourth. Racer X in fifth. Night Missio is in second last, and Salty Ryan is at the back of the pack, but is saving ground and is out of last. Salty Ryan still about 8 lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch. Divine Peace has had the run of the race so far, and Divine Peace goes from third up into the lead. Henry's Hope relegated back to second. Going to be possible in third. Then it's Salty Ryan and Hannah War as they run to the 16th pole. It's Divine Peace who opens up. Divine Peace wins this race nicely. Divine Peace by at least 5 in the end. Henry's Hope second. Hannah Ward third. Salty Ryan gets fourth. Number 6, Divine Peace first. Second, number 8, Henry's Hope. Third, number 3, Hannah War. Photo for fourth, 5.5 furlongs, 105.99. Fourth, the 1A, Salty Ryan. 6831A in race 6. $750 the winning mutual. Divine Peace, second career start, a winning one. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old chestnut colt by Cara Caro out of Market Buzz. RT Racing Stable owns. Leandro Marino Barban is the trainer, and Noel Beato the winning jockey. 2 wins on the day for those connections. Divine Peace bred by Dr. Sherry Lee Telowski, VMD. Double, $38. Consolation double, 1 and 2 as the 2 is a late scratch in the 6th race. $660 exacta, $25.40, 50-cent try, $23.12. Dime super, $15.35. Pick 4, 404, $831.50. 7th race from Finger Lakes. There are no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering. Post time, race 7 in about 19 minutes at 4 p.m.
All right, in the paddock for race number 7. And yeah, Divine Peace, liking the surroundings here, coming to Finger Lakes is Henry's hope. It was just a matter of when that horse was going to stop. Divine Peace, actually, that horse ran very well to hit the board. But Divine Peace ended up going by and getting the victory. It's 2 on the day for those connections. They came here with a purpose. Leandro Barbin and an old Beto. Beto them both. Both horses that they saddled today or that competed today won their respective races. So let's look at the state bred condition here. Going 5.5 furlongs. Yeah, Camus going to get a little extra play now. The track seems to be getting quicker as the day goes on, and it's not like yesterday. Yesterday was the inside. Today the speed across, but Camus shortens up to 5.5. Last time was 6 furlongs. Just wasn't able to hold off the better horse in Intentious, but shorten up to 5.5. If this horse can get the jump on some of the other speed. Now, there is other speed. She's got bad connection inside of her. That's not going to make it easy, but she should put that horse away at some point. And the rest of them are all close-up types. So it's just a matter of being the speed of the speed. Now, the one that might be able to get the trip would be the 2 Troubled Luck. Now, is she good enough is the question. She finished well behind Camus last time going 6 furlongs. If you could forgive the last effort and draw a line through it, you could use her today, because it does look like if there's somebody that's going to have the tactical edge to get the trip, would be Troubled Luck if Camus is unable to clear early. Now, Camus is quick, but there's other quick types in here. Special Pow's kind of more of the underneath type, just kind of hangs around unless she could get the lead. I don't think she could get the lead in here, so maybe a horse to use for 3rd or 4th. But when she does get the lead, she wins. But it's just a question, with what kind of fractions would she have to do to get the lead on Camus? So you would assume that she's going to sit right off of that horse and maybe hang around to be in the try and super. So I went with the 2, 3, 4. Exacta Try and Super. Also available is the double. We got about 6 minutes to post.
Fillies and mares are coming onto the racetrack for race number 7. Here's your field. Number 1 is Bad Connection and John Barrios. Number 2, Troubled Luck and Luis Perez. Number 3, Camus Cabercoa in the irons. Number 4, Special Pal and Hemin Harkey. Number 5, Small Pebbles, Jeremias Flores in the irons. And rounding out the field, number 6, Hypno Currency and GM Rohina. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Allowance race, going 5.5 furlongs. 3 to 4 favorite number 3, Camus. Special Pal going up. Small Pebbles. And Hypno Currency. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Special Pal, Small Pebbles, and Bad Connection. These three all go out for the early lead. Camus is off the pace today in 4th. Length back to Troubled Luck in 5th, and Hypno Currency at the back of the pack, and about 8 lengths off the lead. Still 3 horses pressing the pace. It's Special Pal in between horses. Small Pebbles on the 3 wide side, and Bad Connection got shuffled in 3rd. Camus outside of her in 4th, and 3 lengths back to Troubled Luck, who's a length and a half in front of Hypno Currency, who's at the back of the pack. 2.5 furlongs to go. Special Pal and Small Pebbles. These two continue to duel for the top spot. Camus outside in 3rd. Pink blinkers as it's Bad Connection towards the inside 4th as they got 3/16 left to travel. Special Pal to the inside of Small Pebbles. These two are clear by 5 lengths over Camus. 1/16 of a mile left to travel, and Special Pal shrugs off Small Pebbles at the 16th pole. It's Special Pal. Give Harkey 2 ends in the card. Special Pal victorious over Small Pebbles. Hypno Currency 3rd. Troubled Luck 4th. Four, 5, 6, 2. In the 7th from Finger Lakes, 5.5 furlongs, 106.09. Back to the winner's circle, number 4, Special Pal. New York bred, 5-year-old chestnut mare by 40 Tails. Out of Waltz Me Matilda, Greg O'Donnell is the owner. Stacy Torelli, the trainer. Him and Harkey with a running double today. LL Racing bred, Special Pal. $780 the winning mutual on Special Pal. Double $31.40. Exacta $52. Trifecta $47.37. Dime Super $22.80. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 3, Solo Act. Put Andre Worry on number 4. Natural 9. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time in about 20 minutes at 4:29 p.m. Finger Lakes bonus bets offering an incredible 8% rewards on your Finger Lakes wagers. Only wager $2,500 per month on racing from Finger Lakes to receive that offer. You get over $1,000 a month, get a 6% rewards offer. New customers get $50 for just signing up after they wagered $100. FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You play, we pay. Wednesday's program now online for download at fingerlakesgaming.com.
All right, getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card. Just a reminder, the post time today is going to be just a little bit later. We're going to have a 1:15 first race post time tomorrow. That's going to be Wednesday, and Wednesdays only for the summer. We're going to keep a 1 o'clock first post on Monday and Tuesday. Wednesdays from the rest of the summer is going to be at 1:15. Well, Special Pal able to get the lead as Camus did not have her usual speed today. Maybe she didn't break all that sharp, but Special Pal took full advantage. Her and Small Pebbles took advantage of the track that has been favoring their running style and ran 1-2 around the track. Special Pal having a little bit more and getting the win. Another win for Heeman Harkey, that for Torelli and the Niz. All right, eighth race, we scratched the 3 solo act. Look at some early play on the 1 Saratoga weekend. Should be closer today. Mischief Exposed pretty much beat the gate, got the front end, and just shook loose on that field. He did have a little bit of run late. Obviously, you need to be closer today, so he's got to get a better break and hope nobody gets away from him early. Maybe he'll be the one that's going to be out there with the early speed. Question is, who is going to be the speed in here? Because you don't have too many fast horses. You know, maybe the 7, Destin of Robin, could show some speed in here. Chased a little bit quicker horses at Charleston. I know the fractions weren't that quick, but relative to here, they aren't that bad. And he had faded to be 6 against Tougher, so he drops in class to 5,000. He could wake up against this level. You have Forest Manager, hasn't shown much for early speed except in the route. Was a victim of a wide trip last time after breaking not that sharp. Horse is better bred for the route. Will at least get an extra half furlong. If he can get in range, he has a shot in here as well. It is a question of pace here in the last race, as there really isn't much of it, and whoever gets the lead is going to have a tactical advantage on this field. Again, we did scratch the 3 solo acts, so you know the speed types could either come from a horse like Natural 9 or a horse like Destin of Robin could be ones to take advantage, or you know, maybe Saratoga weekend could be just better than these, making his 3rd start off the layoff and not running into Mischief Exposed today. That could be the factor for that horse as well, going 6 furlongs. He is getting a lot of public support right now at odds of even money. As I mentioned, we do have another card tomorrow, and that one will start at 1:15. We'll go back to 1 o'clock on Monday and Tuesday. Monday's our big day. Monday, we have 3 stakes races. That includes the New York Derby, one of the biggest races of the year, $150,000 event. We got some top trainers and riders coming here to Finger Lakes, including Irad Ortiz, who will be on the favorite in that race. Also got the Leon Reed. It'll be Jack and Bernie will be in there against horses like Looms Bowley and Rotney making returns to Finger Lakes. Always like to see Jack and Bernie, though. Jack and Bernie, probably the top local sprinter. He'll get tested in there. There's some speed signed up in a very good race. Good card for that day. Also another good betting card for tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow again, we start with a 1:15 first post.
Coming on the track for the 8th and just was given word there's going to be a late scratch in this 8th race of number 4, Natural 9. An advice of the paddock veterinarian and by order of the stewards, scratch number 4, natural 9. Number 2, forest manager leads our post parade with him and Harkey. Number 5 is the Saxon story in Luis Pena. Number 6, Mount Morris, Luis Perez. Number 7, Destin of Robin and Laird Bailey. And number 1 is Saratoga Weekend with J.M. Rohina, once again, late scratch of the 4, natural 9. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. Saratoga Weekend going out for the lead as everyone else also going out for the front end. Mount Morris and Destin Robin are on the outside. Forest Manager is in between horses. Forest Manager gets that lead over Mount Morris in second. Destin of Robin, the gray on the outside in third. Saratoga Weekend towards the inside fourth, and a gap of 5 lengths to the Saxon Story, who's at the back of the pack. 3 abreast as they go into the turn. Forest Manager, Mount Morris, and Destin of Robin across the track, first, second, and third. The big favorite Saratoga Weekend behind the speed in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. A gap of about 7 lengths to the Saxon Story, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Mount Morris, Forest Manager, first and second. Saratoga Weekend charges up to the outside in third. Destin to Robin shuffled fourth. The Saxon Story trails the field, and Saratoga Weekend swoops to the front. Saratoga Weekend with 3/16 to go opens up by 3 over Mount Morris in second. And then it's Forest Manager in third. The Saxon Story rounding late, but no threat to the leader, and that leader is Saratoga Weekend. Saratoga Weekend draws clear late to win this race by about 7 or 8. Second, Mount Morris close for third. Forest Manager to the inside of the Saxon Story. One six and a photo for third. Number 1, Saratoga Weekend first. 6 furlongs and 114.78. You are reminded there was a late scratch in the 8th race on number 4, Natural 9. Third goes to number 2, Forest Manager. Fourth, number 5, the Saxon Story, 1625. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Saratoga Weekend. New York bred, 5-year-old dark brown gelding by Destin out of Felisa. Sheila Engelhart, the owner, Chris Engelhart, the trainer. GM Rohina, the winning jockey aboard Saratoga Weekend. Rhapsody Farm bred Saratoga Weekend. Prices $260 the winning mutual, double 4 and 1, $1560, consolation double 770 for a 4-4 combo. Exacta $12.20, trifecta $4.75, dime super $1.44. Got a consolation pick 3 $9.80, a regular pick 3 $641, $17.25. 4-4 pick 4 $65.62, pick 5 5 of 5 $1,134.50. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing date is Wednesday. Programs available online, fingerlakesgaming.com. And also please note, starting tomorrow, Wednesdays, first post for the foreseeable future, 1:15 p.m. 1:15 p.m. 15 minutes later than what we've been doing. So make a note of that. But for today, from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.